Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. You know the drill. Sunday Sprinty Sprints. Sorry if I sound really stuffed up. I am. I have a cold and I'm doing fine otherwise. I just sound very weird. So sorry if that's annoying. Like, go ahead. I would not mind if you just go ahead and click off. Like, you cannot sit here and listen to me talk. I would get it. But yeah, I was on sprints yesterday for about 11 hours with Christine and a bunch of other people. And Liz was there for her first sprints, her first live, like being in the show because Liz is here all the time. But what am I saying? Oh, yeah, okay. So today I'm armed with my coffee. I have this little, filled with cheer mug, and I like how the inside is red. It makes me feel all fancy. Like this is my version of Louboutins, the closest I'll ever get, like red bottom shoes, red inside cup. Anyways, I'm feeling very kooky this morning. How are all of you? What are you all reading? I am overwhelmed, okay? It's nearing the end of the month, and luckily I'm only in the middle of one book. So I think I should be able to finish that before the end of the month. That is Cursed Bunny. I started it last night. The sprints yesterday were very productive. I finished 2 books that I was in the middle of. But yeah, I'm only a little bit into this, but I don't think it'll take me that long to get through. And I actually have the arc of this on NetGalley with the newer cover. I am going to check back and forth on NetGalley to make sure there weren't any added stories or stories they took away. So when I review it on NetGalley, it's for the same exact thing. Like I don't want to be, oh yeah, my favorite story was this one, and then they're like, that story wasn't even in this version of the book, you know? But yeah. And then I have other reading plans. So yeah. And then I have other plans in my head of like stuff I want to read, but I need to prioritize the stuff I need to read, like Breaking Dawn. The live show for this is on Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday, this Wednesday. And I haven't started. So need to do that. But these don't really take me that long to get through. I know they look big, and every single time I'm about to crack a new one open, I'm like, here we go again. But it doesn't take me that long to get through it. So yeah, I need to read that. And then also, I just have some arcs that I would like to get through before the end of the month to get my score up. So then I'm not scrambling to get everything done in December. But that's enough of me rambling. But the first sprint, as usual, I'm going to be doing laundry, cleaning up my book room because it's always a freaking mess in here. And I also have a tiny little Christmas tree that I can put up in here. So maybe I'll do that during the first sprint, or maybe even during these sprints today, depending on if I listen to the audiobook for anything. I mean, I'm going to read this physically, and I don't even think there's an audiobook for this, but if I find an audiobook that I want to listen to, then I'll put up my Christmas tree during these sprints. Good morning. Happy Sunday. We'll only be on for a little bit. Have a Friendsgiving with 34 people at my friend's house. 34 people is a lot of people, but that sounds like fun. I hope you have fun. Hello. Hello, hello. Good morning. So many hours. I need so much coffee today. Exactly. Yeah, we were up to like 2 a.m. ish, I think. And as soon as I went upstairs, I was dead to the world. I fell asleep straight away. I put on Gilmore Girls just to fall asleep because I feel like that's my show that puts me to sleep. You know, some people take melatonin. I just put on Gilmore Girls and then I'm instantly bored and want to go to sleep. Hello, hello. Hey Deja! Oh my gosh, I miss you too. I'm so glad we got to sprint. Like, what day was that? That was last week. I mean, is Sunday the start of a new week or is Monday the start of the new week? I don't know your opinions. I would say Monday is the start of a new week. So it was this week that we sprinted together, and it was the first time in a while. But I'm so glad that you're here for these sprints. I'm going to be reading All I Want for Christmas by Maggie Knox. Is that the new one? I know I saw a new cover for Maggie Knox and I was like, that author sounds familiar, but it's the same author as The Holiday Swap, which I enjoyed. I think I gave it like 3.5, but I would rather watch a cheesy Christmas movie than read a book that could be a cheesy Christmas movie, you know? Hope you're doing better than last week. Yes, I am. I did have a little bit of a migraine when I woke up this morning, but I already took some medicine and I'm feeling much better anyways, like already. So I'm very glad about that. But I think it's because I'm so stuffed up that my sinuses are giving me a headache. But we should be fine. I tried to rectify the situation very early on, but thank you. Really looking cute. Thank you. Period with the little hair tuck moment. I just need it out of my face, honestly. And I feel like if I put it here, I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of disheveled because I had it up and you know when you like put it up for too long and then just it starts doing some wacky things. Hello, I need to make lunch and start filming my December TBR. Nice. I saw some people do their like no shade. I saw some people do like their end of the year TBR and I'm like, but isn't this just a December TBR? Like it's already the end of the month. I wanted to do that too, but I was like, okay, it would have to be early enough in November or like mid-October for me to do like a end of the year TBR. But I'm like, it's a December TBR, isn't it? Sorry, I saw the notification. I got excited. I'm so glad you're here. I'm going to be flipping between doing homework while simultaneously watching Gilmore Girls and reading the Thursday Murder Club. Not me literally just slandering Gilmore Girls. I saw that you were here and I was like, I know. I know she's gonna be feeling some type of way about that. I watched Michael's video of books that wrecked her and Forbidden by I don't know this creator, do I? I don't know. That wrecked her and Forbidden by Tabitha Suzumo was one of them, super taboo, and I'm ready for it. I have that book on my shelf and I've had it. It's probably one of the oldest books on my physical TBR, TBH, and I know it involves like incest, you know? And I've always wanted to read it and I never want to unhaul it, but I don't know when I'll ever get to it. I'm going to finish Row Apocalypse and then I have a crap ton of NetGalley reviews to knock out today. Nice. Sorry, I was like reading the last comments. I was like, what does that say? Okay. But I'm glad you're finally going to be finishing Row Apocalypse. And it's actually funny. I was looking through my camera roll earlier this morning and I found a book cover because sometimes when I'm at work and I see book covers that are really intriguing of like, oh, I should look that up later or this cover freaks me out. There was a cover of one of the books in the Row Apocalypse series. I think it was called Robogenesis. But I just thought it was funny because we were literally talking about that yesterday and it just popped up because it's just the face of the robot and it's green. So it kind of looks like mixed with an insect. It's kind of interesting. Chill with the the Gilmore Girls, not too much. Yeah. The only girls show that I like is Golden Girls. Golden Girls over Gilmore Girls any day. It was on Tuesday, I think. For some reason, I thought it was Thursday, but I think you're right. Tuesday. I don't know. Time flies when you're having fun and when it's near the holidays. Yeah, I'm not calling it an end of the year. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'm not calling it an end of the year TBR since December literally is on Thursday and it's the only month we have left. Yeah, I mean, TBH, they probably like pre-filmed it and then are just now releasing it. But I'm like, just say it's your December TBR. McKay. Like Mike? Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever watched their videos. It's about a singing show and two people duet together one week. Everyone who watches the show starts shipping them. They have to fate date till the end of the competition. Interesting. I'll look into that for sure. I did enjoy their first book, so thank you, Deja. Yeah, someone needs to spell out things for me. Hello, hello. Oh my gosh, I was watching your video of Escape the TBR. How creative. Could never be me. And I want to like come up with a game for my TBR, but I'm like, I am too much of a mood reader. I know that you're not a mood reader at all, so it makes sense. But I feel like if I restrict myself to a game, then I would have to pick like 3 to 5 books max for that, and it wouldn't be my entire TBR for that month because, book club books, things like that. I mean, obviously, if you can fit it into a prompt you get for your game, then you're chilling. But I don't know. I just like to mood read, and I have other wants and needs, Thursday was Thanksgiving. You're correct. You are correct. So it definitely was Tuesday. And I was very tired the next day at work. I remember that. Yeah, that's the second book in the duology. I still need to pick up a copy. I'm just glad they got rid of the creepy eyelashes on the cover for book 2. Creepy eyelashes. I'm trying to picture the first book and I just can't now because all I can picture is the second book. Hello, Jean. Torn between Pachinko and Praise. Can't decide what to read. I think you've been really enjoying all the books by Sarah Kate. I was about to say the name of the series, but I don't even know what it's called. Something Players. Salicious Players Club? I could be just pulling that out of nowhere, but I think you should read Praise. Even though I really want you to read Pachinko because I want to know if I should pick that up sooner rather than later. It's more like McKay. They're super popular romance booktuber at the moment. Oh, interesting. It's such a doozy title, but it was a national bestseller when it came out, and Spielberg optioned it in a failed attempt to adapt it into a film. Really a fun time with a dumb title. I feel like a lot of books these days get optioned, and then you just never hear anything about it ever again. You're like, oh yeah, this is being picked up for a TV series. And then it's just crickets, and there's no release date, there's no, oh yeah, we started filming. Or maybe it happens like 3 years later where they're like, oh yeah, we've actually picked a cast now. Thank you. Let me think of a game that you could do as a mood reader. I'll message you when I think of something. Yeah, I would definitely not pick my entire TBR for that month based off of just the game. But I love the idea of playing a game, like not knowing what your books are necessarily going to be. But sometimes I commit to a lot of buddy reads, so that doesn't work out in my favor a lot of the time, but I've been more chill about it recently. I don't know. That's kind of why I liked the tarot readathon, which Deja was one of the co-hosts for, because I did it the way where as you went, you didn't know your books, because you could just pick all of your tarot cards at once, and then there was a prompt based on each tarot card that you drew. But the way I did it was I just did one, read the book, and then like picked another card from the tarot deck and then got to base my next book off of that. So I didn't know what I was going to be reading next. It was a fun time. And I got to like kind of tailor the actual, what am I trying to say? The actual prompt to something I was more interested in at the very moment that I drew it. Sci-fi especially gets hit that way because it gets optioned and the script gets written and the budget is just really, yeah, then it gets trapped in redevelopment hell and never to be heard of again, honestly. They don't really realize how much goes into all of that freaking world building. A lot of games you can choose to have only a certain amount of books a month, so that could make it easier to mood read for most of the month. Yeah, and then it gets hard when like readathons are happening too, because I know some people who just don't participate in readathons, even though they really want to, because they can't make it work with their TBR game. So I never want to be in that position because then I'll just hate everything. Terra Readathon was super fun. Exactly. I wanted to come back, honestly. That was so long ago though. I wasn't even in college yet. I know. Throwback. Good Morning just finished book 1 and now on to book 2, 68 pages and chapter 12. I am reading Crashers by Dana Haynes. That sounds like fun. Alrighty, let's go ahead and jump into our first Sprinty Sprints. I will see you all in 1 hour. Hello, hello, hello. How did that first sprint go for everyone? I put up the Christmas tree, and now there's so many like pine needles on the ground. Well, fake ones because it's a fake tree, obviously. But I didn't realize that it doesn't have lights on it, so that's really annoying. And then I tried to put lights on it that were in this little like box of decorations that I have, and half of the lights weren't working. So it's just gonna have to sit there like that for a little bit because I can't put the actual decorations on it until I put the lights on. You gotta put the lights on first because it's like the base of it, and then you put decorations. But it looks a little weird, especially the part where it's like half and half. You can definitely see, oh my god, I'm not even pointing at it. You can definitely see where the half is, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know. I tried to fluff it, but I don't know if it really worked. But I kind of like it being in the background. I mean, it's not really in the back unless I like turn like this, but I'll do that more when there's actual decorations and lights on it. But yeah, I did that. I put in a load of laundry and I almost didn't. I was like, I'm too lazy for this, but kicked myself into high gear. I did not put any of my books away, but at the same time, I have them out for specific video ideas. So I feel like if I put it away, put the books back where they came from, then I'm just gonna scrap the idea, if that makes sense. Like having them out makes me more inclined to actually do the thing, you know? No promises though. But I did start a new book, which wasn't even any of the books I was talking about, but I needed an audiobook, and I'm really, really behind on my 22 books to read in 2022. I did the math last night of like fraction wise how many I've read out of the 22, and I've only read 9. So rounded up, that's 41%. I've only read 41% of the 22 books that I was supposed to read this year. And I have 1 month left. The math is not mathing. And I want to get at least over half. At least. So I did start one of the books on that list. So I started My Lovely Wife. I just like whacked myself in the face with this. But I started this and I got to page 104, and I'm not liking it, to be quite honest. But I was reading some people's reviews of it because I've seen only love for this book. But then I saw somebody's review that was 3 or 4 stars. It was Jacqueline. And she was saying that the first half really dragged for her, but the second half was where some twists and stuff started happening. And I'm just like, yeah, that's how I feel right now. The first half is just, I mean, obviously I'm not halfway yet, but I'm that far in. And I'm not really loving it. So hopefully it's better in the second half. I mean, it's an easy listen, but I think this is one of the only instances where I'm like, 3 times speed is not enough. Like I need it to be at least 3.5 speed because the guy who narrates it, I feel like he talks really slow. So I need it to be sped up, but I'm already at the max at 3 times speed. But it's not nearly as fast as other books that I listen to at 3 times speed, if that makes sense. But anyway, so that's how it's going. How is your reading going, or whatever you're doing? Sorry if you can hear the washer in the background. It's going a little nuts right now. But I don't even know where I left off in the comments. Oh, wait. I feel so tired today, flaking out in bed and elevating my foot and reading. That, honestly, though, I mean, that sounds really relaxing. I know that you're probably in pain from your surgery, but that just sounds like the greatest Sunday of just being in bed. If I wasn't here, I would just be upstairs cuddling with my cats and watching The Office. Or reading, I don't know, probably flipping back and forth. I recently started rewatching The Office because apparently I have Peacock and I didn't know. So I do have every single streaming service now, I think. Well, I canceled Disney Plus again because I only got it back for Hocus Pocus 2 and then I canceled it again because there's not really a lot on there that I am invested in. But whenever they put something on there that I'm like, I'm in the mood for this, or it's the season. I mean, I might get it again for December because I do love me some Christmas Disney Channel movies. But yeah, and then if they put any new ones on there, I'm not really up to speed with what Disney is doing at the current moment. But yeah, I have Peacock now. So I was like, I can watch The Office, and I love this for me. And just Jim and Pam are my OTP, and I can never get over it. Roy sucks. Hate him so much. Joined late after putting up Christmas decorations with my mom and read 15 pages of Foul Lady Fortune by Chloe Gong. Amazing. I really like the cover of that one, actually. I love the color of it, at least. I don't know what any of it means because it just looks like a perfume bottle to me, but I like the color of it a lot because it's very rose gold. But yeah, my sister put up Christmas decorations this morning while I was asleep. She put up the tree upstairs, put all the decorations on it. Usually we do it together, but she just took it upon herself to do it. Then she was like, okay, I put your small little Christmas tree downstairs for you to put up. That's what you can do. But she put up literally everything. I woke up to a winter wonderland. But we're gonna put up the outside decorations tomorrow because we have little like blow up snowmen and stuff. So that's gonna be fun. But I don't even know. She works from home, so she'll probably do it during the day before I get home from work, which I'm so glad I'm not working today. I will be working 6 days a week for the rest of the year. And even when I was there yesterday, they were like, oh, do you want to come in on Sunday? No, I don't want to work 7 days a week. I need at least one day off, please. I mean, yeah, we were off on Thursday, but still some people did come in. But now it's going to be 6 days a week until actual Christmas Day we'll get off. I don't think we have Christmas Eve off, but Christmas Day we'll have that off, but then we'll have to work that Saturday. I don't even know what day Christmas falls on, to be quite honest with you. It could be, is it Sunday? I could look it up, but I'm too lazy. Woohoo, Christmas tree. Way to go, Sarah. I really tried. It wasn't that hard. I mean, especially since there like it was only 2 pieces. But thanks for cheering me on. I really appreciate it. I gotta put the skirt on it too, but I have to sweep up the pine needles first. Made it to page 87 and chapter 15. Amazing. Didn't read, but I will the next sprint. I just finished Shadow Black and really enjoyed it. And decided that I'm picking up Unmask Alice next because it's due back in 3 days. Yes. Deadlines. They always get me a little anxious, but yeah, definitely prioritize that one. Watched Books Tara, the 12 Days of Christmas and How to Train Your Gavins. I have to like my friend's favorite books. Oh, the one where it's like I will unsubscribe if I don't like their favorite book. Just gotta get up to 12 to be over 50%. You can totally do that. But can I though? Because all the ones I have left are the chunkers. Because I have, let me go through it with you. I know I only have 10 seconds left of talking, but let me tell you some of the ones that I have. So I have Survive the Night, which I could easily listen to the audiobook for. I knew it was going to go off, so I stopped talking. I could easily listen to the audiobook for Survive the Night, but I have yet to listen to a Riley Sager book on audio, and I want to keep that streak going. I want to physically read all of his books. So that's a no-go. And then also, why would I do that? Because I've heard The House Across the Lake has a terrible audiobook, so I'll be reading that one physically. So it just makes sense that I just continue my streak of only reading his books physically, which, why am I doing this to myself? Loveless, Alice Oseman, doesn't even have an audiobook, especially, I mean, here in the US. I think in the UK it's on Scribd, but here I don't have an audiobook for it. So that one's not big necessarily. My Lovely Wife, which I'm reading right now, so hopefully can check that off after today. Animal by Lisa Taddeo. I was gonna put it in a video, and again, I want to read it physically because it's the same author as my favorite book of all time, which is in the background of all my, oh my god, I can't even point. There we go, 3 Women. So I want to take my time with that one. The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue, kind of bigger. It's not a huge book, but it intimidates the hell out of me. The Girl Next Door, which is not a big book, but a heavy topic. These Violent Delights, not by Chloe Gong. Is it by Chloe Gong? I don't know. But the one by Micah Nemirever, which is a thick book. House of Leaves is not happening. Is definitely not happening. I'm just like putting that out of my mind. I'm not even seeing that on the list. Night Shift, which is the Stephen King short story collection, which I'm just not in the mood for, and I don't really want to read it. The Secret History, big book. Plain Bad Heroines, big book. And The Vegetarian, which isn't a big book, but again, I wanted to use it for a specific video. So if I don't do specific videos for 3 of the books that I just listed out, then I don't know if they're going to get read. So then I just have to go to the other ones that maybe I'm not in the mood for, or maybe I'm intimidated by. But yeah. Hello, I'm reading Legends and Lattes, just started and read 32 pages. I am even more interested in this than I already was as of yesterday. The way I said that sentence was so convoluted, but everyone on Christine's live yesterday made me really excited to read Legends and Lattes. I didn't think I would necessarily love it, but I see everyone talking about it and liking it, so I'm like, okay, I'm kind of interested, but now I'm even more interested. I Messed Around That Sprint Made Coffee, only read 1 chapter. I'm guessing that's what that means. Only read on chapter. Hello, Christina. I'm in a reading mood, I think. I'm ready to read. I started Babel this morning, and I want to get some progress in. I was looking at the Book of the Month picks for December. I didn't realize they already put it out. I've had my membership paused for a couple of months. It's still paused, but I wanted to see what the picks were, and that's on there. So I'm like, if I were to ever get that book, I should get it from Book of the Month and not get the more expensive copy, because who knows if I would like it. Who knows if it's going to be my thing, but I kind of want to try it. But again, I'm on my book buying ban, so I can't get it right now until I get a bingo, but possibly in the future. I filmed my video and edited most of it. Amazing. I'm at page 174 of Empire the Vampire, which is only 23%. Yeah. 174 and only 23% in. This book is so sarcastic and funny, and I want to finish this by the end of the month, but we will see. Sprints will help. I'm here for you, okay? I'm cheering you on. No, we can't hear the washer. Thank you. Hello, just jumping on. I finished cleaning and going to read and run laundry today. Decorate the tree later. We're all on the same wavelength here. I love to see it. Can you do Addie on audio? I feel like I physically read it in 2 days when I had COVID in the spring, but that would be a quick knockout that way. I don't wanna rush it though. I feel like all of the books I did put on that list are books I don't wanna necessarily rush through. And not saying that listening to it on audio is rushing it, but I kinda wanted to annotate it. But who knows if I'm even gonna like it. So maybe I should just I don't know. I do have the audiobook, but I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna physically read it while doing that. I don't know. I don't know. All those books, I'm like, no, I don't want to listen to any of these on audio. Who am I? It's the end of the year, Sarah. You got to do this. Yes, I read on a chapter. I sat down upon my chapter and read. Exactly. Hey, sorry, I was watching a lecture for an assignment and I fell asleep. It happens. Relatable. All right, let's go ahead and jump into our next sprint. Sorry for you to wake up just for me to stop talking, but maybe that's what you wanted. You were like, I need this timer on my screen. All right, I will see you all in 1 hour. Hello, hello. How did that second sprint go for everyone? Oh, not my hair being tangled even up. Okay, so I made it more than halfway through. So I'm on page 208. Yeah, 208, and I'm still not liking it. I think I was expecting to go into it with the wife's perspective, Millicent, which is like, what? Why? Why is Millicent her name? Anyway, and then there's the son named Rory, and I was like, we were talking about Gilmore Girls earlier. This keeps happening to me, all these coincidences. And then yesterday in the live, we were talking about Tarzan, and then Tarzan was in my book. Not like Tarzan was in the book, but it was mentioned in my book. Either way, it's just very random. But yeah, I just expected it to be from her perspective and not his, or at least like flop back and forth, and it just doesn't. So I'm kind of confused as to why it's not from her perspective, because I feel like it would be much more interesting. But it's feeling a lot like You season 3, but like not in a good way. Because You season 3 is definitely my least favorite out of all three, for certain reasons that I won't get into because spoilers, but yeah, that's just kind of what it feels like, and I'm kind of bored, and I don't care. I'm gonna finish it because why not? And I can check it off of my list, but I'm just not having the best time. And I hope, I didn't even check if it will cross one of my prompts for my bingo board off. Not that I'm just focusing on that, because right now I'm just trying to focus on reading what I wanted to read this year and not necessarily read what I need to get a bingo. Not that I need any more books right now. I mean, I can talk about it in a minute, but last weekend I spent like all of the sprints updating my Goodreads, and if any of you haven't seen it or you weren't at the live on Christine's or the Roomies Digest channel yesterday, then I'll tell you how many books I have in my physical TBR. But also, I didn't realize that he's also on the cover. Do you see him? I thought it was just her reflection, but then I was like, wait, there he is. Can you see him? I thought that was pretty cool. But anyway, how did that sprint go for all of you? I just got a notification that my hold for Spy Family Volume 2 is available, and it's going to be so hard to keep with my current read. I've been trying to look for the first volume everywhere, and I just can't seem to find it. I just feel like I always see Volume 2, I always see Volume 7, like very specific ones, but never Volume 1. And I have to start from Volume 1. I can't just go into it, and they don't have it at my library either, so I really want to start that series because everyone talks about it and it seems really cute, but I just can't seem to find the first one. I mean, if I bought it on like Amazon or something, then I could definitely, but I would rather borrow it because I don't like buying manga because it takes me like 2 minutes to read. I mean, that's an exaggeration, obviously, but it takes me like 2 minutes to read, and then I'm just like, okay, do I keep it? Do I unhaul it? So for something to come in just immediately to go back out doesn't seem worth it to me. Except for, obviously, Tomie and Uzumaki, because they're great collector's books. They look really nice. I'm not reading. I'm sipping red wine to pick some for the Yule feast and Christmas feast. It sounds fancy, but I got a banging headache and I'm gonna oh my god, am I okay? Fucking hammered soon. I don't drink alcohol much. That is hilarious. I'm sorry about the headache, but that sounds like a fun time. Hello, hello. Hello, long time no see. I made mac and cheese and fries for lunch and finished editing my video. Amazing. I I blew my nose during that I know nobody asked. I blew my nose during that sprint and I feel so much better. I mean, I still sound very congested, but I feel like I'm not constantly just trying to, you know. Anyway, I already read that out loud. Am I okay? Hello, hello. Join in a little late reading Addicted to You and City of Bones. Ooh, did you finish, was it Lizzie Blake? Lizzie Blake's Best Mistake? Or are you just switching to City of Bones for now? I got to page 314 out of 349 in The House Across the Lake. Are you liking it? There are a lot of mixed opinions about that one. And I am going to read it someday. Probably not by the end of this year, but I am going to read it someday. And I have a fun idea for it also. Or at least I think it's fun. I just joined. Hello. Started The Magicians by Lev Grossman earlier today. I'm at page 52 now. Nice. Hello. I'm attempting to finish The Devil Takes You Home today. I still have to read that one too. I got that from Book of the Month, whatever month it came out, and I need to read it. I think season 3 was my least favorite too. Yeah, I just recently rewatched it and I did like it more the second time watching it, but if I'm comparing it to season 1 and season 2, then it's definitely my least favorite. It's all in the details with book covers. Exactly. Target has Spy Family Volume 1 for $9.99. I can't buy any books right now. I don't have a bingo yet, and I'm not even close to a bingo on my board. Sad face. I'm liking it. It's a pretty dark crime novel, and there are some tough scenes, but I really enjoy his writing style. Is this about... what is this about? The Devil Takes You Home. My BF told me to read manga on Manga Plus. Ooh, what is that? I know that Amazon/KU has something called like Comixology or something. I should look into that also. I didn't do anything except move towels from the washing machine to the dryer and then put my clothes in the washing machine. Well, you did more than me because the washer's now done. And it finished like 10 minutes into that second sprint, and I just didn't want to deal with it. But I did make another coffee. I made a coffee with my Javi. Okay, you can use my code Sarah50515 for 20. Oh my god, this is the worst. I'm not very good at this. Sarah50515 for 20% off. Oh, geez. I finished the Lizzie Blake's Best Mistake. It had funny parts, but overall, I did not like it. Ooh. Ooh. Really struggling to read and not nap. You gotta finish Robocalypse, okay? I'm enjoying The House Across the Lake. Some good twists, although a few are predictable, but not a bad read. Are you also listening to the audiobook or are you just physically reading it? Because I've heard that people who just listen to the audiobook, like people who have told me specifically, who just listened to the audiobook and didn't either do both or just physically read it, liked it less because they didn't like the narrator of the audiobook. Yes, sponsored queen. I'm not very good at it though, obviously. I'm 20 pages away from finishing The Chilean Poet and will be starting Vladimir. I'm having major Sunday scaries today. Oh no! Hopefully Vladimir puts you in a great mood because I really love that book. Every time I think about it though, I want to give it a 5-star. At the time, I gave it 4, but I kind of want to bump my rating up to a 5 because I think about that book all the time and it wasn't very long. So that's another plus. And it was just it was everything that I wanted at the time, and I don't know how it could have been better than it was. So I don't know why I gave it a 4 star. I napped but got 1 chapter done of Praise and Pachinko. Ooh, so you're switching back and forth. Love that. Yes, but I have to finish Robopocalypse sometime before 7, and I have 25 pages. I don't know why I wanted to put left in there. And I have 25 pages. I mean, procrastination station. You should just read the last 25 pages, and then you can chill out until your book club meeting. I'm listening to audio plus reading the book, but mostly audio as I'm cleaning and cooking. I hate the narrator's voice on the audiobook. Definitely the consensus, but I'm glad that you are doing both. I mean, yeah, I don't really think My Lovely Wife, I am doing both, and in the first sprint I was just listening, but I don't know. I don't not like the narrator, but I feel like I'm just very annoyed that he talks pretty slow, in my opinion. I don't know. Definitely feeling you on the Sunday scaries. The House Across the Lake is the only Riley Sager book I really enjoyed. I gave it 4 stars. I gave Home Before Dark 3 stars and DNF The Last Time I Lied. Interesting. Yeah, my ranking, because I've read all of them up until Survive the Night, when I was literally so excited to read that the day it came out. But then I pre-ordered a signed copy and it didn't get to me until a week and a half after the release date, and everyone had already vlogged them reading it. And I was like, well, I'm kind of scared now because the reviews weren't that great. And then I also pre-ordered The House Across the Lake, and I just felt bad about reading that before Survive the Night for whatever reason, because I'm just very particular about reading authors' books in publication order, even if they're not part of a series. I don't know why, but I like to see them improve rather than read their newest thing and then try to go back. I mean, if it happens, obviously. But if I own books that were written previously, like I wanted to read My Lovely Wife specifically before he started it, or For Your Own Good, even though For Your Own Good seems like it would be my favorite out of the 3. But I was like, oh, I have to read My Lovely Wife first. My brain sometimes. I'm tired. I mean, just listen to your lecture, do some of your homework, and take a nap. I also started reading an arc earlier today called Savage Indulgence. It's a horror with cannibalism. Ooh, I'm looking for some more cannibal books because I have a few. And I was like, that'd be a fun vlog, but I don't have enough to make a full video. Okay, but but like it's not right now. When does it get good? I need to know specifics. What chapter, what page, what percentage? Because more than halfway through and it's not giving me anything. All right, let's go ahead and jump into our next sprint. I will see you all in, let me put it on the screen, in 1 hour. Hello, hello. I am still not liking my book. To give you guys an update. How did that sprint go for you? What did you do during that sprint? I have so I'm listening to the audiobook at 3 times speed, and I have an hour and a half left. So I have 30 minutes left of the audiobook. So I am going to finish it and not DNF because I'm this close to the end. But it's looking like a 2-star, to be completely honest. Like, who didn't see the twist coming? I saw it coming from a mile away. That's why when it happened, I had zero facial expression because I was like, yeah, didn't we know this from the beginning? But I'm really sad because a lot of people I know really like this book, but it just isn't doing anything for me. And I also put in another load of laundry and moved the laundry that was done into the dryer. So I made progress with that. Have I put away my books yet? No, I have not, but I did look at my bookshelves to pick out a few more to unhaul. So now I'm down to, well, as soon as I finish this book in the next sprint, I will be down to, on my physical TBR, drum roll please, I will be down to 555 books on my physical TBR. Yesterday, it was 560, okay? So I knocked it down by 5 today. But obviously, I didn't read 5 books today, but there were 4 that I was like, whatever. And one of them was a duplicate. So, like, I had 2 books. One was paperback, one was hardcover. And I was like, okay, well, I like the hardcover more. So I don't know why I had 2 copies of it to begin with and why I didn't notice it until just now. But yeah, so today I'm going to be ending the day with 5 less books on my gigantic physical TBR that's stressing me out each and every day. Like I said in the last sprint, when I was talking about that I finally had fully updated my Goodreads last Sunday, that's the number that I came out with, was 560 books on my physical TBR. So this book buying ban is really what I need right now, clearly. I mean, I read this like my first book of 2020 or 2019, so I don't remember. I don't remember books I read like a few weeks ago. Give it 50 more pages than DNF if you still aren't into it. I'm not into it, but like it's happening. I'm gonna finish it. I'm going to attempt to read either Empire of Wild or Fairy Tale. Ooh, Fairy Tale sounds nice. I've definitely heard of Empire of Wild, but I've never heard of that fairy tale. I've heard of, obviously, the Fairy Tale by Stephen King. I finished my reading and all of my notes for book club. Literally everyone I loved in that book died. All of them. I hate it when that happens. So one of my roommates came back yesterday and she was quiet because it was just her. Then my other roommate and her just got back from work. They worked together. And as soon as they opened that door, oh my gosh, it just jumped. Hold on. It was loud as fuck. Like, y'all can't be quiet together. I swear to God. I saw this comment like as soon as the timer went off, and I didn't see the comment about the roommate before, and I thought you were talking about the timer being loud as fuck. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. It does seem like a little bit louder today for whatever reason. I think it's because I have the volume on my laptop turned all the way up, because the other day during the Breaking Dawn watch party, I turned it all the way up and I forgot to turn it back down. And obviously, me talking right now, I'm not hearing myself. So when the timer goes off each time, it's so much louder than it normally is. But I can also turn down the timer. I know that's not what you were talking about, but for anyone here, if it's too loud, I can turn down the timer. That sucks you're not enjoying it. I haven't given that author a try yet. I was going to start with that one. But again, like, I definitely am pretty much the only one that I've seen that doesn't like this book, because everyone at least gives it 4 stars, if not 5. But I seem to always be in the least popular boat. That's just where I stay most of the time. I just joined. I was doing some home improvement stuff in my house, but looking forward to relaxing and reading a bit. Well, hello. LOL, I read 25 pages in 2 sprints and took a damn nap. Well, you needed that damn nap, so take it, you know? 19% into Forbidden. I'm liking it. It's still setting everything up, so kind of slow. How long is that book? Hold on, let me grab it. I also love the cover. Like, it's, I don't know. It's simple, but it always draws me in. It has really, like, big font, but the margins are interesting. It is, or at least my copy. Wait. That's very rare that the last page of a book is actually the last page, because normally there's acknowledgments or there's a note to the publisher or whatever. I don't even know, but the last page is the last page. 454 pages. But yeah, like the spine, I love the font, and I just can't seem to get rid of it, but I can never seem to actually want to pick it up. So I think somebody needs to force me to read it. Read about 25 pages. Time for bed. Thanks for the sprints. Thank you for coming. Sarah is notorious for rebellious opinions. Honestly, yeah. But like a book I don't like, I feel as though people should go off of books I don't like, and maybe they'll like those. No one should pay attention to the books I do like most of the time. I never am one to be like, oh my gosh, I loved this book, so I want to recommend it to everyone, because I feel like most of the books that, you get what I'm saying, most of the books that I don't like, people like, and vice versa. Not always with the books that I love, because obviously, I don't know. I just feel like most of the thrillers that are pushed on BookTube aren't as good as I want them to be, because I read They Never Learn for Go Marathon, and everyone hypes that book up and they say it's the best thing ever, and I didn't really like it that much. I think I gave it a 3 or 3.5. So it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't everything and more that people say. I don't think I've even seen 4-star reviews of that book. It's literally all 5 stars, at least from the people I follow. But it just wasn't, I don't know, the twist didn't get me, but I love the cover, so I feel like I'm going to keep it still, but I was very disappointed in that one. Hello, Kay. I will be back next week. Miss you. Miss you too. I hope you are doing better. Yes. Okay. Hello, Elizabeth. Hello. I will be reading Little Eve by Katrina Ward. I am also currently reading this. I have it on my currently reading on Goodreads, but I actually haven't started it yet. I've tried to listen to the audiobook, and the narrator, I can't hear her, so I have to read it physically, but right at this moment, I don't have time to read that one physically, at least. But I'm going to be picking it up very soon, because Christine and I are going to buddy read it. But have you started it yet? Are you liking it? Let me know. The acknowledgments are in the beginning. It's kind of throwing me off because of the way they talk. They're in London, and it's kind of weird for my brain. The acknowledgments are beginning. Oh, You are correct. I mean, I don't know why you would lie, but interesting. And then the quote at the beginning, "You can close your eyes to the things you do not want to see, but you cannot close your heart to the things you do not want to feel." Anonymous. Love that. Just setting things up for utter chaos and disaster. Yeah, I read half of They Never Learn and put it down, and I don't know if I will finish. I honestly think I'm just sick of thrillers lately. Exactly. That's why I took a break, and then I took a break from the books. Like, I took a break, so I went to romance, and then I went to another genre because I still didn't wanna go back to thrillers, and now I'm in a phase where I kinda just read a little bit of everything with thrillers included, but now I'm like, I think I just wanna cut thrillers out altogether again because they're not everything and more. I'd love thrillers with darker topics. Like, the last thriller I read was The Violence, and I gave that 5 stars, but I feel like it was also not just a thriller. Or maybe it's domestic thrillers I don't like. I haven't really pinpointed what it is about all of these mainstream thrillers that I don't necessarily love. Like, I read Razorblade Tears, I think that was last Sunday, and that one was also kind of a disappointment. I don't know. Not to say that The Violence isn't mainstream because it is up for the Goodreads Choice Awards, but it had more. Like, I would almost say it's horror question mark? I don't know. I'm just about to start it. Okay, well, we are going to jump into a sprinty sprint so you can do just that and let me know how you are liking it when we come back. All right. I will see you all in 1 hour. Hello, hello. How did that sprint go for all of you? I don't even know which sprint that was. Was that our fourth? I know definitely the next one is going to be the last one. And spoiler alert, I'm going to need a new book to read because I finished My Lovely Wife. And I did update my Goodreads because ever since updating it, like I've been on it. Every time I finish a book, I go straight to Goodreads. Every time I unhaul a book, straight to Goodreads. So hopefully I can keep up with this momentum. But I so I had it on multiple shelves. I had it on my physical TBR shelf, obviously currently reading, and then my owned shelf because obviously physical TBR owned, whatever. And I immediately took it off of my own shelf and my physical TBR shelf because I'm unhauling it. Okay, it was a 2-star read. Womp womp womp. But I'm glad that I got to, mark it off as read on my 22 books to read in 2022. And that's pretty much all I can be happy about. That it's another book that I read this year and it counts towards that goal. So it's going in the unhaul pile. Maybe I'll give that to my mom. I don't know. I feel like she might like it, but I just didn't. It wasn't much of anything, honestly. Like the twists weren't twisty. I mean, the one main twist, I guess, but it just wasn't good in my opinion. Not to say if you like it that you don't have good taste, but I'm just kind of confused. I was reading more of the reviews of it that were 5-star reviews, and I'm just like, I wish I could see what you saw because it just didn't do much for me. Oh my god. And then I was trying to see if it would mark off any of my bingo board prompts, and not really. I mean, it was given a 5-star by one of my favorite creators, but not my favorite creator. So I don't know if that would count or not because the prompt is a 5-star from your fave creator. And they're one of my favorite creators, like top 3, but not my favorite, or at least at the moment. They have been my favorite creator in the past. Either way, I'm just like, okay, I'm not counting it, I guess. But if I give it to my mom, then I could count it for give someone a book to keep. So maybe I'll just do that so that I don't have to see it anymore because I'm kind of upset, honestly. I had high hopes and I thought it was going to be amazing, and I'm just very let down. I'll be making myself some food for lunch and having my sparkling ice water. Ooh, I love sparkling water. And I know that there was a question. Are you still here? What can I do for you? You were the one wanting to use Zodiac Academy for the comment space on Reindeer Readathon. Correct. Yep. And I asked Eric directly and he said it was a stretch. Although Cami said if read to the 7th book, it has a sun in the title. Yes. Heartless Sky? Is that the... Wait. Are you in the Roomies Digest Discord? I posted something in there. Group chat. Okay. Yay, a new book. 35% into Forbidden. This is the most innocent taboo read ever. It's so slow, but I can't stop reading it. Apparently, I can't read, period, right now, because I was having trouble reading your comment. This is the most innocent taboo read ever. It's so slow, but I can't stop reading it. That is not good. It's YA, right? It has to be. Does it read very, like, is it innocent because it's juvenile or what? I got to part 3 of City of Bones, also on page 111 of Addicted to You, and I really love it. Amazing. That is the first book, right? Yeah, I own that one. I hear this series is pretty slow altogether, but obviously if you root for the romances, then you'll like it a lot, but it's a big time investment. Are you going to be reading the 2 series in tandem? Like, I know there's a way that you read it where you read like the first 3 books in the Addicted series, and then you read one of the books from the Hot House Flower series or Kiss the Sky. I don't know if that's the name of the series or the name of the book, but you flip-flop between the 2 series and you read like 2 books from one book from the other, that kind of thing. Or are you just going to be reading the Addicted series and then reading the other books? If you even continue, obviously. I read 30 pages of White Horse that sprint. I was liking it, but it's dragging a bit here toward the middle. I'm really anticipating that one. I do own it, and I'm really, really, really looking forward to it, and I hope it does not let me down. Just for the record, I was okay picking another book, but I am seeing people way out there, and no one is saying anything. Oh, about, like, stretching the prompts? Yeah. I mean, I guess it's because you directly asked that there was a direct answer, but I mean, I don't know. It sucks so bad when a book disappoints and is blah. Yeah, it really does. I feel like I need to set my expectations super low. I'm really bad at just overly anticipating everything and thinking it's going to be really great just based off of, friends' reviews or just seeing it around a lot. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to love this book. I really just need to set my expectations low. I just stumbled upon information when searching up astronomical terminology. Love, LOL, you're so by the book. I was like, love, you're so. I mean, I am. I'm very strict. That's just that's just who I am as a person. I don't know. I could easily count it. There's no one saying I can't, but in my mind, I'm like, my conscience is telling me that I can't do this. I have about 1/3 of The Devil Takes You Home left. I'm having a good time with it. Yes, I'm so glad you're liking it. I finished my discussion post. Yay! Proud of you. Yes, I'm reading both Addicted and Calloway Sisters. Yes, that's what it's called. I think the first book is called Kiss the Sky. Maybe that's why I was getting it confused. And then there's like Hot House Flower. I don't know what any of those titles are pertaining to. Like, what is a Hot House Flower? I wonder if something will be said when the form is submitted to Eric of Break Even Books. Really excited to start reading for Readathon. Are you doing the reindeer? No, I'm not. I was going to, but the prompts are so the prompts are so uber specific that I wouldn't be able to fit any of the books that I was already planning on reading into that, so I just can't make it work. The prompts are really unique, but they're very specific, and I just can't make it work. White Horse was just okay for me. Oop. I am really sad you were disappointed with this book. Oh, yeah. Yes, expectations low on what other people love or want, and then be super excited for things you know you're gonna love. Yeah, like my most anticipated book of this, it was this year. Yeah, this year was Insomnia by Sarah Pinborough because I loved Behind Her Eyes so dang much. And that book was a 1 star. So it really just set the tone for books that I'm excited about. I'm like, maybe I just don't know my taste at all. It's either I don't know my taste or I need to be more realistic with my expectations. I agree. White Horse was okay. I feel like there were so many topics being discussed, but none were fleshed out completely. Interesting. I gave it a 3, but I did enjoy the Native American lore and the ode to metal and Stephen King. Ooh, some Stephen King references. I read a book recently that had Stephen King references. And I think I put it in my review of the book, but I cannot remember on the top of my head what book it was. I was gonna get a copy from the convenience the the store at my apartment complex, but it's still closed. How's the desk open, but the store closed? That's interesting. Try to steal a copy then, if anything is actually turned on. I'm honestly loving it at the moment. It's taking me longer than usual to read because it's just so dark, but I don't know I'm into a kind of surprise TBH. I love dark books though. Drink apple cider instead. No. Try to go somewhere else for coffee. Is there any other coffee that's within a reasonable distance? I was so proud of myself for finishing my December TBR for the readathon. I'm doing Reindeer, Predictathon, and Christmas Evil, and I made them fit whether they do or not. That's just how it is sometimes. Yeah, I've thought about participating in other December readathons, but to be honest, I haven't really looked into any of them. I know about Predictathon, and I feel like that could be easy to fit books I was already gonna read into, but I don't know. I don't know. I think I should just finish off the year focusing on my 22 books to read in 2022, some of my most anticipated releases from this year, and then um, whatever else. That sometimes happens. I did not like the last three books by the author I am reading right now, but I'm loving the one I am on right now. Yeah, a lot of authors are very hit or miss. It really depends. The continent, uh, I feel like I'm dumb. The continent store is a very different meaning from convenience. I meant convenience. Okay. I was like, that's not right, right? Like it's not that. It's definitely convenience. I knew what you were saying. I could drive, but everybody's coming back right now, so parking is hell and I refuse. Yeah, don't do it then. Don't sacrifice your well-being just for some coffee. All right. Let us jump into our next and final sprint. I will see you all in 1 hour. Hello. How did that last sprint go for all of you? I mainly spent that sprint rearranging all the books that were sitting on my floor. So there are still books sitting on my floor, but I have them separated by December TBR, books that I hauled for all my bingos for the first bingo board, and then all the ones for my second bingo board, because I do still plan on filming book hauls for those. I don't know if I should combine them, because now I have bought all of the books for both boards, like reward books. So I don't know if I want to combine both of those into one book haul, or if I want to do two separate ones. But I don't want to put them on my shelves yet, because I want to be able to easily tell which ones are which and all that kind of stuff. And then I put a stack of the rest of the books that I need to read for my 22 and 22. But then all the other ones I put back on my shelf. So I did rearrange my bookshelves a little bit. And then that last like 2 minutes when I was sitting down, I started the Traveling Cat Chronicles. Meg from Meg with Books recently gave this, or not recently, but one of her videos that I watched recently, she gave this book 5 stars. And I recently got this from the library. So it just seemed to work out. It seems like a quick little heartwarming read. She sobbed reading this, so I'll probably cry too. But Meg is my favorite creator at the moment, so this could count for my bingo board for a 5-star from your fave creator. Anyway, that was a mouthful. I would love to know how your last sprint went. I never remember where I leave off. Also, yes, I know I put this up on the screen before, but that's why I was like, yeah, I think I'm not gonna add more books. I will just log what I can get to. Is this for a reindeer readathon? I'm not sure I'm gonna finish everything, and I'm unwilling to just pick up novellas so I can finish everything. Yeah, I feel the same way. I don't know. I know a lot of people try to read a lot of novellas towards the end of the year to hit their goal, like for books read, which is totally fine. But I think you should focus more on books you want to read, not necessarily books that you can get through faster, if that makes sense. If they happen to be novellas, then great, go for it, you know? I really don't feel like reading today, or I want to read anything, but I want to read anything but what I'm currently reading. Yeah. Yes, it does happen. I finished The House Across the Lake. Yes. How did you like it? I made it to page 110 of Mad Honey. Ooh. That's the new Jodi Picoult book, right? And my football team is winning. Exactly. The vibes are immaculate. I gave it 4 stars. Okay. I actually thought it was pretty good. It was a pretty good mystery / thriller. My fave of the year is still Things We Do in the Dark, though. I want to read that pretty bad. I don't own it, so I shouldn't. But possibly. I'm trying to only focus on books that I own right now, or books that I currently have checked out from the library. This being one of them. I just keep reading books I don't own, and I need to not do that. Oh, great. It's nice to hear it got rated well. Those are 2 I have not tackled. Exactly. Hi! I listened to 100 pages of my book while retwisting some of my hair and also figuring out all the stuff I need to do for the rest of the semester. So you got some planning done, you like all the essential things. The Traveling Cat Chronicles made me sob. I mean, I can only guess what I think will happen based off of people crying while reading a book that's told from the perspective of a cat. I literally don't know anything. I got 6 pages in. So far the cat is very sarcastic and I love it. Never heard of that one. Let me write it down. Not that I want to cry. I always want to cry. Every time I see somebody cry reading a book, I'm like, that's me. That's the vibe. Hello, hello. Thank you. LOL. I just listened to my book at a fast speed. Don't diminish your accomplishments. TBH Heartstopper series might come in clutch at the end of the year, or Mindfuck. Kind of glad I procrastinated on those now. I mean, yeah, if those are what you're looking forward to reading, great. And the bonus is that they're fast reads. I'm trying to finish Stardust while I'm at work. I'm gonna start Amari too. I haven't even read Amari and the Night Brothers, like the first one. I don't think it would be my thing. This is one of those moments where I'm like, I could read it because everyone else is reading it, but not that I know my taste. I was about to say, but I know that I won't like it because I do not know my taste at all. It's very apparent. But is too hard to pick my fave of the year, so I'm gonna do a top 5. I know my favorite of the year, I just don't know like a top 5 or a top 10. I still have to narrow that down. I know my number 1, but just not anything else. If you want to cry, read Nightcrawling. I plan on it. Maybe not by the end of this year, but if I don't get to it in December, then I'm definitely going to be putting it on my 23 books to read in 2023. I know I even put it in my August TBR video. I think it was August. But a lot of those books I didn't read. Like Magnolia Parks, I still haven't read that. Night Shift, the one not by Stephen King. There's a lot of books called The Night Shift or Night Shift. But the one by Kiara Ladner, I still haven't read that one. Jane and I were supposed to buddy read it, and we both didn't read it. Alrighty, I'm gonna sign off for the night. Probably order some pizza. That sounds amazing. And watch more of The Office. I hope you all have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your day. And I will see you guys next Sunday. Bye.